Okay, we are live. My desktop is tearing itself apart, but I think the mic is far enough away from it that you're not hearing this mess. We'll have to fix that. Anyways, welcome. We have some cool stuff today. Some very cool stuff I've been working on for quite a while. So this is now available on X as well as just published on YouTube. It gives me ads on my own video because I have premium on a different account. Nice job, YouTube. Okay, I already bought it. So this is fun. This took forever. But this is going to be a really great reference for people for a long time to come. So I'm sure I'll be chatting about this for the rest of the stream. But that's not the goal for the time being. First, what we're going to do, I'm going to go grab my laptop because I just realized I forgot to sync a little bit of code. And then we're going to do some real cool dev today. I'm finally free from editing. Welcome, YouTube folks. Welcome. Got to sync up a little bit of code. And then we will show the dev local. It's actually, it might already be committed. It looks like it is. Yeah, it looks like I already did this. I thought I'd forgotten. Okay. Oops. That's no good. So what we're going to do today, I did some fun stuff over the weekend. And I'm happy to show, I'm looking forward to showing it off. Now, the thing is, it doesn't run yet. But it's still going to be cool. And we'll see if we can get it to run today. But we have a couple other experiments to look at. Oops. Okay. Cover. Yes. Perfect. So, if you all recall, this is the MOBA that we've been developing, right? And let me pull up the latest graphic of it as well, since we're not going to have it building for a while. So this is what we've been developing, right? We've got this MOBA environment. It's really cool. It's got a lot of the main features of Dota, and it runs really, really fast for reinforcement learning, right? And I've been developing this in Python. And this weekend, I got really sick of editing videos and not being able to write a bunch of code. So now, this exists. 1,300 lines-ish of C that just didn't exist before this weekend. And this actually compiles. We have a bunch of runtime stuff I'm sure to fix and a ton of other little things. But I got most of the way to just porting this whole thing to C in like one all-day session on Saturday. So that's pretty cool. Now, I think before we do this, Let me see. So before we do this, I think there are a few other small things we need to account for, right? Yeah, there are definitely some other things to account for first. So we'll start on that. I'm also today going to be monitoring. Let me put this on the side just so I get this all set up now. I'm going to be monitoring the Twitter on the side because Twitter dramatically boosts stuff when you actually reply to comments. And this video took a ton of work, so I'm hoping it does well. I'm just going to leave this up on the side monitor. And in case you haven't seen it in your notifications for, after today or whatever, the new video is live. And if you've been looking for a way to get into reinforcement learning and really just want like a good lay of the land and really to hear like my thoughts on where the whole field is going, I've done this in bits and pieces over the streams, but I did this like all in one place in like a nice, highly produced piece of content. So that now exists. And let's just do this. Perfect. First thing I want to do is check Wandby, because we have some experiments to check on. And the goal is going to be first to load up, the plan for today is going to be to load up the best policies trained in the older environment, in the Cython one, see how they look, and then attempt to finish porting stuff to C. And yeah, that'll be a good time. I'm also realizing that I can't see my chat from here. I usually have my chat up. Oh yeah, I just have it scrolled weird. Yeah, we're good. So you can see here with carbs, we have a few different sweeps. So the first of these is, this is contributed by Kyung. You can follow him on Twitter as well. He's done some really awesome work. Oh my gosh. Well, shit. I didn't even expect that to be possible. What the? How long are these runs, though? Wait, how long are these runs? Process time? Okay, 80 minutes is a lot. And can we get agent steps? Oh, okay. So this is training, but to be fair, this is training for less frames, fewer frames than the original like DQN and stuff, and it's still good. Wait, can you even get us? Can you even get 497? What's the max score on Breakout? I don't freaking know. This is crazy. Let's check the Pareto fronts and stuff. I mean, that's like actually insane. Let me send this to Kyung. I want to tell him he did a great job. Kyung just like, that's a huge contribution to our RL stack. Holy. I'll tell you what this is about in a second, but we're going to have lots of really cool things today. Actually, let's give him a public shout out. Actually, we're going to do in this. There we go. So amazing, amazing work by Kyung. I would post this on Twitter, but I'm going to give my, my main thing a little bit of time. We'll see how this goes. And then this one, oh yeah, so this one, I think I mentioned this before, but we solved at least one of the GPU drive scenes. Full solved it. Their baseline took 2 hours before. Now ours solves it in less than 30 seconds. So great things from Puffer. And this is before the carbs bug fix. So probably it'll be even better than this. Right, the other thing I wanted to do is I wanted to get the Pareto front, right? So this should be process time. Wait, this is still really good, isn't it? $350 in 6:35 seconds. So that's still really good. And then you have to train for quite a bit longer if you want to get out to here. So, I mean, this is still fast. Right? Like, this is a nice Pareto front. And this, we'll let this keep running, because who knows, maybe this does even better. But this is what we wanted out of carbs, that it would keep running longer and longer experiments. It wasn't working before. After Kyung's bug fix, this seems to work as intended. So absolutely great work to him. Now, let's see. From here, there were a couple other ones I wanted, right? 2 weeks ago. Where was my my new MOBA ELO sweep? This Space Invaders. Has it actually been 2 weeks since I did this sweep? Have I been slacking that much? This is it, right? Yeah, this is the right one. So they're not getting rewarded for just rushing the enemy base now. And we have still this nice sweep. And by the way, this is without the carbs fix. So even without the carbs fix, we have this very nice elo over time graph. And we just get to like grab one of these, right? Let me see how the graphs look. Hero kills. Carry. This is actually very well balanced if you look at it. It's a little wonky how many kills the tank has, but I guess the tank is really good when you learn to play it. It's probably farming really well. Healing. Okay, the healing is actually well balanced now. So the tank has more healing than the support, but the support is team healing, whereas the tank is only able to self-heal, so this looks good to me. Damage dealt. Okay, so the tank is like ridiculous. I think it's mostly doing like farming or something. But the rest of this looks roughly balanced, I think. At least I can't tell looking at it that it's definitely not balanced. And did the tank actually tank? Yes, it did. You can see it's absorbed more than double the damage, which is what it's supposed to do. And healing received. You can see the other characters have gotten a nice chunk of healing from the support. Environment level. Levels are all nicely balanced. But are these the same graph? I can't tell. No, these aren't the same graph, right? Not exactly. You can see that this one's a little narrower, this one's a little wider. So, okay, these are correct. I thought I was logging stats incorrectly. Welcome, YouTube folks. And that's all the stats we have. I guess we have usage. Let's just check if any of the skills changed substantially. So, support uses Q, uses E. Carry doesn't use its Q, but that's like a utility skill that I think is bugged. Okay, all these get some usage at least, some reasonable amount of usage. Maybe some get overused or whatever. First Q, tank W, support. Yeah, some of them are really overused. Only one skill is dead, though. Like, only one skill is just not used, meaning it's, like, not useful at all. So, that's pretty good. Ooh, Radiant is ridiculously overpowered somehow. I don't know why Dire doesn't win. That's weird. Towers taken, levels gained. Yeah, this looks good. Levels. Look at this reward for XP towards the end. I think that this means that they're learning to farm. Maybe. The towers taken is not going up as much, so maybe they're like over farming or something. But again, these are the cool thing about the way I have this set up is it's based on elo. So like if you're just farming, right, you get really high reward for farming. But then you lose the game because you're not actually defending stuff. So that gets accounted for by our training. But yeah, this reward curve is really cool. And in fact, you know, I think with Kyung's carbs fix, this is going to do real well. Reward for death. So they keep dying more often. That's not necessarily bad on its own. Yeah, reward is just spiked up like crazy, and it's all because of this XP, pretty much. They are still doing towers. And now this is what I'm afraid of here is... Oh, yeah. So, the value function goes nuts. I've noticed this a lot with carbs. We'll see what this turns into, but... Entropy is not fully crashed or anything. So hopefully this is a reasonable policy. A couple of these losses are a little sketchy. Alright, let's go grab a few things here. Do you incorporate elo into the reward? So it's incorporated at a higher level than the reward. It gets assessed after the game versus all of the experiments from this like massive sweep. So it samples some number of opponents from like the whole pool, and that's used to evaluate elo. And then we take the policies that have the highest elo. So basically, because the agents are allowed to set their own reward, or the hyperparameter sweep is allowed to set the reward function, you can't just go by what has higher reward, because you know you can just set reward higher, but elo is objective, right? Elo is higher. Elo means you're winning more games versus the opponents, so that's nice. Now I have to fix a couple small things. I enjoy and find it effective to develop with C. Develop in C this medium. Psychiatrist case. There's also a hobby language approach to C. I mean, you can look at... Here's the thing. I'm actually very practical about stuff. This is it in Cython. It has to be in either Cython or C, right? It has to be fast. It has to run at C speed. So there is the Cython. Oops, this is not even the original code. I'll have to go find the original code. But basically, I can't make this point now correctly, but basically I ported it from Cython to C and it didn't even get any longer or any more complicated. So like, I can just write stuff in C and it's not even hard, right? Welcome, Williams. So it's at the very end of the sweep that you pick the highest elo, or does elo get optimized? I'll show you. So the way that this works, and by the way, these sweeps are about to get way better because Kyung just fixed a bug. So they're about to hyperscale. But if I can find the sweep, this is actually really, really cool. Where's the darn sweep? Ah, okay. So carbs is the hyperparameter tuning algorithm, right? And carbs suggests new hyperparameters for the next experiment based on the success metric, which is elo. So basically, if you set something that gets high reward, but it doesn't win versus the other policies, it gets set low down here, and then carbs will say, that's a bad run, those were bad hyperparameters. So in a sense, you're doing this second layer, like this higher order optimization thing, where the reward function components and hyperparameters are based on what gets better elo. And every time you finish a single experiment, you run games versus, I think it's like 8 randomly sampled policies or something from the past in order to compute elo. Probably we could make that approach a bit better. It should probably be like the 8 best performing policies or something like that, but it's pretty good for now. Yeah, so that's the case there. Now I realize I think I screwed up and I actually deleted some code by mistake. So I'm gonna have to go get that off of the previous dev commit or something. Wait, do I have this here? CMOBA? Oh, I have it right here. So 1644 lines, and I ported this to about the same amount of native C. Oops. Yo, so is the MOBA even faster in pure C or is it for web? It's purely for web. There's literally no performance reason to do any of this stuff in C, which is why I try to tell contributors, like, you don't have to write in C unless you want to for pufferlib contribution. Cython is fine. Cython is basically just procedural Python. It's really easy. Now, if, after you've done that for a bit, like I have, you want to just go to C so you can run it on the web, that's cool, but that's not required. So that is the story here. Why is my video auto playing in the background? Oh, because cool. It's auto playing in the background because people are retweeting it, which is a good thing. So now what we want to do is we want to go grab the best run from this sweep. Let me just make sure my computer is not like getting completely hammered here. I think there's something screwy with the fans. Let me just make sure that it's not getting totally hammered by yeah, we're at 60 Fahrenheit. That's totally fine. I'll just not do any local training today and we'll be good. So, sweep carbs. I think it's this one. We go grab this experiment right there. And then we grab the hypers. And apparently this is supposed to be very good. This 0 is hard-coded, so we didn't allow it to do reward for distance. Definitely want web dopus. I will help you with that, Nathan. I will straight up help you with that. So you have to make sure, if we're putting it on the web, you have to make sure the assets are like a big enough difference that I don't get sued, though. Because technically there's a company to sue. Now, that said, game mechanics are not protected by law. You can have something that has identical game mechanics and different artwork and stuff. Game mechanics are not copyrightable or trademark, or like you can't patent or protect by any means game mechanics. Didn't know that? Yeah, I'll replace character with a cute sphere. Where's South CX or our artist friend? Maybe he can. Maybe you can use the characters he's been making for the MOBA in it. What do you think about that? We now have volunteer artist who makes awesome stuff. It turns out. So I don't know how that's possible, but surprisingly, this is the second time this has happened where we've had people volunteer art, and it's really cool. It's really cool because that is something I absolutely do not have any idea how to do myself. Actually, when he's around one of these times, I gotta show him. I have like one digital painting that I did for the cover of like a thing that I wrote. It's god awful. He'll get a kick out of it. I tried getting clean AI sprites. That didn't. Yeah, no. It's AI is just garbage at producing. It makes cool stuff, but it never makes what you want. A little apple with an arrow. You can't do that either because that's what it is in creatures mode, right? Dofus has creatures mode, and that's what they do there. Make it a green. You can't just recolor it. Now, artwork actually is substantially protected, right? Us programmers, we get no protection for anything, but like the artwork is, you gotta be visually distinct. Total time steps is this. And value function, clip. And value function is here. It actually found very similar hyperparameters in many ways to what we had before. Very similar. A little different though. Different enough. Yeah. And now we have to run this on box 1, right? And we also have to figure out, because I have like weird stuff going on. CMOBA. Wait. MOBA.cmoba. I am somewhat confused how I did this. I'll check that in a second, but for now I think I can just add in MOBA tune hypers. I saw the update as well that you made to the game. It looks really good. I'm curious, how did you do the path checks? Because this is gonna sound really stupid, but I actually don't know off the top of my head how you would do those path checks. And I remember that I tried to make some project like this when I was brand new to programming, and the path checks totally screwed me over because I tried to do ray tracing like a moron. God, if anybody saw the stuff that I devved like when I was early on in jeez. You'd be like, if this idiot can do it, then so can I. I wrote some real bad code. Uh, all right, cool. Box is idle. I could have sworn that we messed with the Python file. I might have forgotten to commit that. It needs to be discrete. I'll have to look at the code for that. I actually don't know how you're doing it. And I think that, like, pretty much the only thing that I can think of that would be hard in that game to do fast is going to be, like, the range checks. Wait, just saw the breakout carbs. Weren't your runs like that before? No, man, you shredded it. You absolutely shredded it. Are you kidding me? 450? You did a great freaking job. Let me see if I find the original. It wasn't 450. And it wasn't running stuff for 120 mil. The current demo code. What do you mean the current demo code? Maybe you ran for MOBA only. I'm confused. Kyung, what are you saying here? My brain not working. What's this one? This is the MOBA, and where's Breakout? 2 hours, 2 hours. This one maybe? That you put random seating. Hold, let me just find the run. Because it definitely, yours was definitely way better. I didn't tweet it yet, Kyung, because I just launched the video, and I'm giving that one some time on its own. But you can either tweet it, and if you want to tweet it tomorrow or whatever, so I can do it, like, retweet it then. I'm giving my the video some spotlight at the moment, since that took an insane amount of time. Okay, I actually can't find this sweep right now. I know it's somewhere. Is it this one? Yeah, here it is. Yeah, look, I only got to 393. You got all the way up to 450. And yours did longer runs. And this is 500 full experiments as well. Yours is only 380 something experiments right now, and yours is already better at like 450. And yours does much longer runs. So I think you just win. So good job. Okay, Nathan, I need to compare different implementations. Lines of sight and movement steps are tricky. Steps are tricky to pre-compute. That I can't speak. Line of sight and movement checks are tricky to pre-compute since opponents move. Could not pre-compute all pairs. Algo's quite simple. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Nathan. You can't pre-compute because of dynamic obstacles. Yeah, so we'll have to look at something for that, for sure. Okay, I only posted this thing, I posted this thing not that long ago, and it's getting some decent engagement. We'll see how well it does. I hope this video does well, man. It took so much time. It took so much time. And I hate editing, too. I really hate editing. The one thing I'm a little concerned about is the pacing of it. It doesn't, like, start with something to get you super excited. Like, it starts off good and it gets better and better. It doesn't, like, start off with the best thing first. So, I don't know. We'll see. But I put a lot of work into it. So much work. I thought of the idea for that like 3 months ago. For line of sight, I draw a line between the center of the character and target and check if any of the cells go through is a wall. Yeah, that's like just a better version of the ray tracing thing that I was thinking of. we'll look at that together. We'll look at that. What in editing? Yeah, you're selling. I'm trying to here. With this video, Puffer AI is officially open for business. So, yeah, I'm going to start allocating a portion of my time to, looking around, seeing what companies might be interested in picking up a couple support contracts and things like that with Puffer. Because it would be real nice to be able to build out a much bigger cluster. And we're going to need some revenue for that. My hope is that, like, if I can get a 50 node cluster for Puffer, we can just basically run over the entire field with the number of experiments we can run and how fast and the number of different open source things that we can sponsor. Like, we can just run over the whole field with that. And technically, I could try to go get funding for it, but that comes with a bunch of strings and stuff. So I'd rather just get some revenue. Because we should be able to, right? We've got some really awesome tools at this point, and they can definitely solve problems in industry. Maybe develop several indie games. Nah, game dev is not easy. Game dev's not easy. I'm good at making things fast. I'm not necessarily good at making things fun. Alright, let's see. So we have the MOBA here. I was supposed to have this thing running in the background while I was talking. Too much yapping. Balancing is cool. Yeah, balancing is cool, but like... Whoops. So balancing is definitely cool. But like... Small indie companies not going to have budget for that. And larger companies tend to have... I mean, their games are slow. So... Wait, what the heck? What happened here? Is there something wrong with this box? What? Invalid combination. What? Oh, it's probably just running the wrong code, right? Oh, no, wait. I'm so confused. CMOBA. I thought CMOBA is the right file, isn't it? Yeah, this is the really long one. And... New vid's also on YouTube. Obshape 510. Oh. Me dumb. Very dumb. It's just syntax. We really need an ini validator. Because that's a really dumb bug to have. Right, I forget that I don't keep creds saved on the puffer box, typically. Whoops, let's not do that. Nobody saw that. Yeah, let me just real quick. To be responsible. Okay. Just gonna revoke the token real quick. I try not to do that. Oh no, you can get access to all of my open source repositories. Okay. We're getting some attention on the video. Not much yet, but it's just been a little while. Okay. So we should be able to... What? Why is Tmux not found? Am I on the wrong machine? Wait, what? Okay, now this should work, right? This should now work. And... Okay. Oops. There we go. So this thing will now train for about 10 minutes, and we will see whether these hypers are actually useful. And in the meantime, I have to figure out what the heck happened to my Python file. I kind of went on this mad development rush over the weekend, and I don't know what I did, so I probably forgot to commit a couple things up. What? Do I not have a Python file? Oh, I remember. I was literally... Okay, I remember what happened. So I was literally not modifying the Python code at all. I was only deving Python and C. That's fine. And I know YouTube is way slower with the uptake, but let's see if anybody has noticed it yet. Oh, this is my own stream. Cool. I think I should just say somehow I was served this while working out. Welcome. Me writing random RL code in C. Heavy lifts only. Okay, we have that experiment running. We have all the H file code here, and actually the C is pretty much, I don't know if it's 100% correct, but we need to adjust the Python binding for this so that we can test this end to end now, and we can fix runtime bugs. Of course, we have the experiment running in the background, so I'm gonna do it like this to make it easier. I think that all I have to do is I replace these, not even all three of them, just these two lines. I'm gonna replace these with, I think it's SciMoba or something. SciMoba, yeah, with an underscore. And we are going to, let's see. Yeah, so now we have these same functions in the pure C version, because the difference between these two, so CMOBA is, I need to really rename these, but right now the first one is just the full thing written in Python, and then the next one is the header file, where it's like Python's just the binding, and then all the actual logic is in C. So let's see with this. And I will also make my camera not cover this. CMOBA extension. Okay, now where's SciMoba? I want to see where this built. I'm not seeing this building anywhere. I don't think this is building. I thought I had the, Did I not commit the setup file? I think I didn't commit the setup file then, because this should be building. Oh yeah. It's actually kind of funny the extent to which, like, 0 problems ever come from the C, and they all come from the freaking Python bindings. It says there's no diff on the setup.py, which is very weird because I could swear Do I have a build script here? I don't even have the build script. So what happened here? I could have sworn that I had a build script. Oh, I didn't. That's what I forgot to commit. I just forgot to commit the local build script. Okay, let me do that. Cool. Okay, so now we actually have the build script. And what ended up happening here is that we need another line here for SciMoba. And okay, cool. So now we actually get these bugs here. And yeah, now I remember where we were. So there was one thing I had to do with function pointers that was kind of obnoxious in the Python that I didn't quite get to porting. So I did everything but this, and we'll figure that out. Okay. So we have this env.skills thing in which I was attempting to record. I was attempting to record function pointers. Is that reasonable? I think that's reasonable. You get to choose. You either have to. So the problem here is that you basically want to be able to do something like, player.skills or like player.q, player.w, player.e for their skills. Um, and if you don't have some way to bind these correctly, then you end up having to do a big conditional over the player type or a switch or something like that. So we'll port that. Let me double check real quick. Okay, cool. Glad to see it's not at least, it's at least being somewhat noticed. I bother to reply to things because Twitter boosts your replies in the algorithm. skills support stun. So I think all I have to do is, oh geez, I have to import all of these, don't I? Oh, that's so disgusting. Okay. So I know how to solve this. I have to import all these things to Scython and then bind them back to C, which is gross. We'll find a better way of doing it, but we'll start on this way for now. Let me real quick. Is it running Super Maven Pro? Yeah, okay. Because this will help us port it. C def struct MOBA. We need all the functions. They all have this syntax, right? And I just need all the names. So I should just be able to like grab all these, delete the stuff in the middle, and then I can just use the names and the function syntax, right? Which, admittedly, this is incredibly obnoxious. But I think this will be the quickest way of doing it. It's really obnoxious that Scython requires, like, these headers. And actually, now that I'm thinking about it, this is going to be a very temporary solution, because what's going to happen is we're just going to end up porting all of this into native C, and then we won't have to redeclare stuff like this. But, you know, this is the price that we pay for wanting to, or for having implemented it in Scython first. And these are just growing pains from the port. I made a few improvements and cleanups to the code along the way over the weekend, just since I had the opportunity while I was, you know, I was going to just redo it all in the port anyways. So it's probably about the same length, if not a little bit shorter, once you ignore the giant Scython binding file, which most of this file is going to be deletable, I believe. It's just that, like, you need tons of definitions, because for some reason, and I don't quite understand the architecture of this, but for some reason Scython can't import statically defined stuff from C headers. It needs, like, its own stupid custom headers. And now this is no longer, we no longer have any classes. We just have the pure function pointers here. And these are Scython definitions. So we're gonna see whether it allows me to do this, because these are Scython definitions of C functions. So it might consider these Python objects, in which case it will not allow us to assign them to C. And then we'll just have to, like, push this all one layer deeper a little earlier than I'd intended. But I think that this should be okay. Oops. Cannot convert. Oh, I messed up, right? This is... Yeah, this is not just skills. It's env.skills. Not self. It's env. And cannot assign to void star. Okay. I think I have the type wrong here. So this needs to be cannot assign type int. Can you put the entire C int? You can't put like the whole function signature, right? Is this just a cast? I think this is just a cast. Yeah, but this is going to be really janky because then when I go to call them, when I go to call the function, I'm going to have to cast the function to the different syntax. Hold on, is there not a way to do this in C? Oh, stream is warmed up quite nicely. Welcome Twitch folks, welcome YouTube folks. I decided to port the little MOBA I've been working on, which, in case you haven't seen it, we'll give a quick demo. At least a GIF of one. So this is the MOBA I've been working on. It's fairly basic, but it has many of the elements of Dota, and it runs 1,000,000 steps per second. So this is what we're using as the RL environment, and I am currently porting it from Python to native C, not for performance, Python is plenty fast, but just so that we can run it on the web, because I kind of realized that the C is not any harder than the Python, and it's going to be really cool when I get to share this on the web and like people can play against the RL bots, right? Mm, mm. That's... Wait. You need to declare... Oh, wait, you can actually do this. Okay. I didn't realize you could do that. So... Oh, wait, of course you can do this, because... Yeah. Type def... int star skill. And then this is going to be... This is a skill star, right? Yeah. And then we shouldn't have to do bullshit void star casts. We should just have it all nicely typed. Congrats for Puffer officially open to business. How can potential customers reach out to you? As it's in the video, but I have my email listed there. It's jsuarez@puffer.ai. And yeah, hopefully, I mean, in the early stages, the main thing that I'm going to be looking for, I'm going to be looking for companies that have RL problems that are pretty close to what Puffer can do at the moment, which is quite a bit to be fair. And mostly I'm going to be looking for companies that like they either need help speeding up their sims or like they need better parallelization or they have like a complex sim that's just really clunky to work with existing RL infra. So really the goal is just going to be to speed up and streamline stuff with much lighter weight infra. Now, as Puffer gets bigger, right, we'll be able to take on larger projects and such. But in the initial stages, we're going for relatively specific scoped stuff, and just looking for a couple of initial clients that that could very much benefit from that. That's the plan. Caption went pretty quick. Oh yeah. I figure I'm not hard to find. There's like a contact form on puffer.ai that goes to my email and a bunch of other things. All right, it's starting to get a little bit of attention on Twitter. That's nice. The main thing is I wonder if it'll get into the YouTube algorithm. I hope it does, because I think I think that the delivery is much better than my thesis at the least. Mm-hmm. That's a good idea. I'll put my email in the YouTube caption. Probably it'll get scraped and I'll get spammed, but mm-hmm. This thingy needs to fix. Where is it? Put in a one line between these. There. Good idea. Thanks, Kyung. Perhaps on your X profile. Yep. The thing is, if I update my X profile right now, Kyung, I believe it triggers re-verification, which will decrease the reach of my account for 2 or 3 days. Mm-hmm. Anyway, we're not going crazy on anything just yet. This just means we're open for business, and I'm going to be spending, a small fraction of my time on that side of things. But for the most part, I'm going to be chilling here and writing more code than ever because the C has been going real fast. And it completely fixes the problem of releasing stuff, right? Because, oops, this needs to get brighter. It fixes the problem of releasing stuff because we can just compile the WebAssembly. Okay, why is this saying it's a void star? Do I need to import the type def or something? Yes. So this is not a void star. I don't know how to do this because, like, I think I can just do like this, and this is a C type def int. Wait, skill of environment. It's not environment, is it? It's MOBA. I'm very confused on this. This should be MOBA. MOBA star, entity star, entity star, right? But wait. There needs to be something with 4 declarations here. Let me see. Type def. Have struct that has an element. How do I make this compile? I just don't know how to do the for declaration for this. So type def. I see. So you can for declare structs like this. So that's a little janky. I kind of wish I had a 2-pass compile or something, but that's like such a minor nitpick for C. So all we have to do is C type def struct. I think this is the syntax, right? So we for declare like this. And then error. Okay, I can't do multiple lines like this. I assume it's C type def struct entity. This is not the syntax. Well, wait a second. Am I being dumb here? C type def struct. Okay, now I'm getting confused with Python because this should work in C, right? Yeah. This is what I'm going to do in C, right? You have the struct def up here. Oh, wait, does Python has a 2-pass, right? So in Python, I think I'm fine. I don't need to do this. Yeah, so then all I have to do is, this has to be in moba.h. Hi, def. Okay. skill. And then this is now going to be a skill star, right? Cannot assign type. Wait, cannot assign to skill star. MOBA entity. Well, why can't it do that? That's the same thing, right? A skill star is a... Hold on. Oops. Okay. Wait. Your function is marked as no except. Well, it's not marked as no except. Right? Modify. So this is where GPT goes off the rails. And I have to find my own solution because that's not a thing. Wait, did I get this wrong? I mean, I named it something else, but that doesn't matter, right? So, cannot assign... Oh, wait. Wait, cannot assign type. Okay, so it is right that something weird is happening with no except, because it's there. Oh, wait, does this have to be a reference? This has to be a reference, doesn't it? This should be, because it's a pointer. If this works, then this is my bad being stupid. Like, obviously. And I always forget that, I've got, like, the Python brain of things being, like, almost all object-y things being references by default. So, like, I would think, oh yeah, of course, it's already a pointer because it's a function, but obviously, no, it isn't. And I'm dumb, and I've written too much Python. Okay, at least now we have, they're both pointers. I should not have to do this as... I'm going to put no except on here just to see what happens. Also, you don't need semicolons in Python. What are you doing? Oh, it's because you just copied these from the C, right? That's fine. Okay, now it says it cannot assign to skill star. Okay, this is driving me nuts because this is literally the same type. So I think instead of screwing around with dumb Python, I think that the easier way to solve this is going to be just to port this section of the code to C, right? Is there anything that's hard to port to C in here? There really isn't, right? Yeah. So let's just take this entire block and go into moba.h. And then what we're going to do is we're going to put this here. And we'll translate this just to C directly, because we were going to do this anyways. We're just going to do it a little earlier, because I'm sick of fighting Python. So this should be entity star player. And then this is team. Yep. Else. Yep. Okay. PID goes to team times 5 plus 5. Yep, this is good. We already defined player here, so these just need semicolons on the end. Whoa, what? Look at that. Yeah, that's what we want. Let me make sure that this is correct. Oh, yeah, that's all the same. God, gotta love Super Maven. Like, use AI to type for you, not to think for you. It's great. Okay, but now there's something screwy here because I have PID here. Int PID is 5 times team. Okay. env.entities. PID, this is good. Whoops. Oh, look at that. Perfect. Everything gets assigned. We can see right here that the skills, the syntax looks good here. Hold on. What happened? Why did it do it twice? Oh, it did it twice because this is the old version, right? Yeah. So now we just do PID is equal to this. Okay, and all the numbers are the same, all the skills are the same. And at this point, I think that it's going to correctly do the rest of it. So we will just quickly refactor here. Yeah. Okay, so let's see what happens when I compile this. Well, we can say that that's not happy. Could it have failed perhaps earlier? I don't even know what the hell flags Scython builds with. There's like tons of stuff that it's saying defined but not used. Okay. We don't need these now. We can get rid of these. We actually don't need this one either, so let's try that again. You do actually need this version up here, I believe, because you have a skill star. Okay, now it spams you. Get reward. It says everything is like spawn at defined but not used. That's weird. It should be being used. Do I not have step defined? Oh, you didn't define, well, yeah. You need... player offset, creep offset, right? Now you need to define step and reset. Step. Reset. Okay, and now what we're gonna do is, oops, step. Okay, this thing doesn't know what it's doing. So, let me see how step gets called, actually. I believe that we just have actions already given, don't we? Step. Step players. Reset takes just the env, and step takes just the env. Perfect. So this is just going to be self, and then we're just going to do self dot step. No, it's going to be step self dot env. That's the syntax. And then we just do def reset like this. And jeez. Okay, so now it's still telling me that all these things are not getting used. Now they should be getting used, though. All this stuff here is unused warnings. And we have a bunch of other errors in here as well. Man, I can't actually tell based on this, so what I'm going to do is I have this build local script, which will just compile the C on its own. And, okay, now I get reasonable error messages, right? Struct entity 94. Okay, it doesn't like my forward declaration. I thought that the syntax was a little goofy. Let me check not GPT. Type def. Type def struct a. Uh, Wait, this looks fine, doesn't it? Type redefinition. Struct entity versus struct entity. Huh? I actually don't know what this is. Conflicting types. Once is struct, but it's not being defined as struct entity, right? T. This is a type def struct. Saw a tutorial of a guy that used RL to, balance a double pendulum. That's a very difficult problem. That's like classic chaos. Backend was C++ SFML. So here's the thing. I don't want to implement the entire RL stack itself in C. That's a really dumb idea because like think about it. The whole like all your environments are going to be like external outside of Puffer are going to be in Python anyways. And yeah, we can port them, but initially they need to work. Um, you have all of PyTorch, which has I guess it technically has a C++ backend, but nobody's doing that stuff, right? So they're gonna want to have models at least in Python, and then like all the learning libraries are also in Python, and like if you're prototyping algorithms, you probably want those to be in Python, and like that's not even where the speed loss is coming from, right? Because you have like graph compilation and such that can make stuff fast there. So we're not going to be in the business of redoing an entire training framework in C. That's like way, 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 way too much. But what we can do is we can make the environments run in C, and we can have a few different types of layers. Right now we just have MLPs, but I'm going to add like conv layers and an LSTM layer so that basic networks can be run in inference mode only in C. Not optimized, but since it's C, it'll be fast enough that like you can play against stuff live in your browser and whatnot for the demos. So that's the current plan. As the current plan. Got some more notifications. People are putting the video up on the TV and stuff. That's cool. Very nice. I mean, I'm glad that people are having a good time with this. We'll see how much traction this gets. I really hope that video does well, though. Okay. Am I just misunderstanding here? This line's optional. Type def struct. Explain why type def. Okay, so it's already seen the type. Yeah, so this is why. So you type def the struct, and then you just do struct. Oh, I actually like this a little bit more, kind of, don't I? Because then you don't have, like, this syntax is freaking weird, right? So now I can just do struct entity. And, like, this is gross too, right? So now I can just go all the way to the top of the MOBA here. And then this is just struct MOBA, which is the nice syntax. Cool. And what happens now? Okay, this is good. Now these are legitimate errors. This is supposed to be env entities this way. Actually, let me just... Yeah, I have it truncated to errors, so the workflow is usually that I do is I have the compile on one side, and it truncates to 3 errors. So, undeclared spawn y. This is scoping, right? Okay. Agent speed. How did I mess this one up here? Init MOBA, right. So I need to hard code, I think, for now. To do pass agent speed as arg. Agent speed, I think it's 0.5 by default or something, right? Oh, it's 1.5. Cool. So, and then what else do I have here? Env. This is supposed to be like this. Yeah, this is just bad translation. All of these functions are pointers now. It's a little pedantic. Okay, undefined identifier. So these things don't have forward declarations, right? Mm. Can I just technically put this at the bottom of the file? Like, nothing else is going to call this ever, right? Why wouldn't I just put the init at the bottom of the file? Right, like nothing else is gonna ever call init. Um, Heck, I can actually just put it above the reset, right? Because it'll be like the main API, it's init, reset, and step. I don't know, maybe there's some reason not to do this, but let's see if we're wrong. Oof. Okay. Incompatible. Okay, so first of all, this entities thing here. Entities thing here. Does that fix anything? Function def not allowed here? Why not? Assumedly, I forgot something. Yes, I forgot a close brace here. Okay, perfect. So now we just have warnings, and we have to fix these. Now this is probably just me messing up my function pointers. Incompatible pointer types assigning to skill star, aka int star. It should not be an int star star. How did I define this up top? Type def int star skill. Wait. Is this supposed to be skill or star skill? What's the type of a function? Do you have to pass the address of the function or not? Oh, okay, so I was right the first time before I messed with it. So the function is already a pointer, so that matches my intuition. Because otherwise, what would it be, actually, right? Like, a void type? I don't know. So I uncorrected myself before. And we still have incorrect pointer type. Assigning to skill star. Okay. Let's see if it can guess. I didn't really give it any context. Well, duh. Expected to be a pointer to a function pointer. Assign a regular function to a variable. Well, that doesn't make any sense. Yeah, this is what we want. Yeah, this is just an array. That's a little weird. But I think that that's it. There we go. That's correct. So now this builds in C at the very least. Of course, Python is still going to be very angry at us, right? Surprisingly, way less angry. So that's kind of the way to go then, huh? Is that you do all your C work in C, you make sure your C compiles, and then you do Python build. Because Python build is just, it's got a bunch of garbage on it. Like, look at how it's compiling. It's got a bunch of garbage, right? Very nice. And we will do a quick check on the video, and then we'll keep fixing. $55 views. Launched 1 hour ago. Cool. Well, we'll see if this gets into algo or not. Okay, unused in spawn y. Wait, unused variable. Oh, that's gross. I didn't know you could even do that. That it? Does it build? That actually builds. That actually does build, which is fantastic. And le segfault. Because this is building with GCC and it doesn't have fsanitize. So let's commit some stuff first, and then we will check out the policy that we've trained, potentially, if it's any good, and then we'll continue fixing this. We revoke that token. Big rip, what happened? Yo, bet what happened? Are the friggin' boxes all down? Oh, I need to get box 3. It's Labor Day, so it'll be on tomorrow. Yeah, I think it is like 800 or something max. Seg faults are fine, bet. So seg faults are totally fine in because like here's the thing, I'm writing C, but they're very easy to debug because there's literally like everybody goes, oh, seg fault's hard to debug. Yeah, they're really hard to debug if Like, you don't know that address sanitizer exists, and then it literally tells you where the seg fault is, and then you just fix it and you move on with your life. Finally, AI content that's not in Python. So it's a bit of both. Um, what I like to do with Puffer is I want to make it very easy to push code from Python to Python to C. So you have like this very, very nice way to like prototypes like stupid code fast, and then you have a very easy way to get it running at very high perf. So what we do is like our simulators are in pure C or Python, which runs in pure C. So either way, um, they run at like 1,000,000 steps per second plus, and then like the learning library and stuff on top is in Python. But like if you think about it, most of that's not even in Python because the bottleneck there is torch operations that are running under the hood in C++ and CUDA. But yeah, the sims, they absolutely have to be in something that is either C or C native speed, which is what we're doing here. Now, technically, Python is plenty good enough. The two things I got annoyed with Python, I got annoyed with like the build system and the build times, and then I got annoyed because I couldn't easily put it on the web. Like you can't just easily compile to WebAssembly. So that's why I started porting some stuff to native C. I tell contributors though that like you're not required to submit stuff in C because most people don't want to do that. So Python is fine for environments. It's still plenty fast. But the C is fun. The C is real fun. I've been a very happy camper, just like jamming some C over the weekend. Now, the one thing that does suck, I will say, is binding to Python. Like, the bindings for C code to Python are a pain. So I'm still using Python for that because PyBind is just bullshit. And C types is not super fun either. But the whole simulation code is in native C now, and we're fixing that up. Real quick, though, we're going to try the old model out on the old Python version of the environment just to see if it's doing any good. So this is the Python binding for it, and this is the Python version that I'm uncommenting here. Then we have the C version, and all I want to do this for is they're supposed to be right here. Okay, so this is the model that we just trained. And if we go over to wand B, we should be able to pull down the newly trained model file and see if it looks any good. Puffer. This one. Yeah, this one looks good. This is a little sketchy. I think that the model might have diverged or something. Wait, let me see. Let me look for wins. Yeah, so right here. Oh no, this is actually fine, right? Yeah, because this last little bit here is just an eval point, so it's still winning games. Let's go grab this model file. Copy. And MOBA PT. And let's see if this actually plays the game reasonably. Was it eval model path? Okay, we'll start with this. What? Yeah, these things are stupid, right? Oh, you can see right here that there's one agent that's like jungling, but the Radiant team is stupid here. So I'm assuming what happened. Oh, that's really cool. Oh, you think this is cool? Wait until you see this. Yeah, stick around, my guy. And guess what? It's all open source. Here's the actual MOBA. Let's play Puffer MOBA at like, this thing runs 1,000,000 steps per second. Do a little speed boost. I forget my buttons. Yeah, there we go. We do an assassinate on this one. Get out of tower range. Okay, wait for mana. What the heck is going on with these guys? Okay, so now he comes back, and now we should just auto him. And then I wait for my wave, and I think you can assassinate the tower in this. So let's try that. Take tower aggro, please. Oh no, the tower's destroying me. The tank is killing me. The tank with the AoE is too strong. Do I have mana for this? I think I do, right? Oh, I do have mana, but it's still gonna kill me. Yep. Okay, that was the quick test. I think that what we need to do is we need to rerun this experiment for like slightly fewer steps because I think it's just unstable. You got dove? No, I dove it and died. I inted is what happened. I have to admit, and all this game is done, all the game AI is done using RL. The player AI is RL. The player AI is way better than you just saw, by the way. The model in this one collapsed. So the hero AI, there are 5 different heroes. It's a mirror match, 5v5, and the models are trained with reinforcement learning. Yes. And for context, if you click around on the channel, I'm assuming if you just got here that you're brand new. I am a newly minted MIT PhD. I've been doing reinforcement learning for 8 years. I am now on a quest to make reinforcement learning actually work with good infrastructure. So we're doing tons of infra, which is in Pufferlib, and we're building tons of really ultra high performance simulators for training and evaluating reinforcement learning agents. That is what I am currently doing. And if you want to check it out, the code is surprisingly simple for all of this. I really don't write big intricate things. So I will link it. Go ahead and star the puffer to help me out. And yeah, stick around because there's a lot of this dev happening. It's really exciting for the field. I just posted a big video today on with like all of my thoughts on where the field is going and how Pufferlib is going to fix stuff in here. Yeah. I remember seeing your thesis defense. Okay, perfect. So from my thesis defense, the most, like, I just today posted a video I spent a lot of time on that outlines, like, all the stack, the entire RL stack from hyperparameters down to, well, you'll see, and what Puffer's doing at every level. And since that's finally finished, basically the plan for the next several weeks is to just jam some C code and make this simulator and several others ridiculously fast and run lots of very good experiments on them. That's the current plan. Since my thesis, everything has gotten 1,000 times faster. It's actually nuts. Mostly because I stopped writing stuff in naive Python. uh, I still do like Python, but like I'm enjoying my C much more now. Okay, so we'll run that in the background, and it's gonna have to retrain because the model, like, I think it just collapsed. You know, not amazing hypers. And now we gotta fix the seg faults, right? So this seg faults, yep, and it's right now, it's because it's compiling it without fsanitize, right? I'm trying to think how I want to do this because just started Masters in TS. Simulating RL models was something I really wanted to go to. Possibly with a video game development process. Well, you found it. We have a bunch of people now that are like making and contributing sims to the project as well. And it's really cool to see people that just have general software engineering backgrounds writing stuff that's like a million steps per second plus. And it pretty much, as soon as we get enough of these simulators that run fast, like RL is a whole different field. So that's the main focus at the moment. Thus far, there's this one, there's like a Grid World End, there's a Snake game, a couple contributors have made Atari Breakout and Pong, there's like another PvP turn-based thing that somebody just started, and I have another big project I haven't announced yet as well. So there's a lot of progress in this space. Got a star definitely using this library? Hey, I hope so. And let me know if anything's not working out, because I'm pretty much always just here on stream. So it's like the best tech support ever. It's just like, hey, your stupid code doesn't work. Perfect. Right, I fix it live. The master branch should be pretty stable, but it's usually a couple months out date. The dev branch is it has tons of cool stuff always, but it's like I move fast and break things there. So if I break things, you let me know. All right, where's the darned fsanitize setting? Uh, I can just run the Python command manually, I know, right? But this extra compile args gets ignored, doesn't it? Yeah, unknown distribution option, extra compile args. Python compile where frs I have to make this an extension. I really shouldn't have to do that. Discord. Yep, there is a Discord as well. Discord GG/Puffer. The other cool demo on Puffer that I forgot to show off is this is the reason for doing it in C, right? Is like here I'm playing Snake versus RL agents in the browser. And these are just running live on like one CPU core. See, I just juked a snake. And then I can take my hands off, and the RL takes over. So hopefully we'll do all the environments. We'll have stuff like that. I really don't like this. I'm trying to think if there's a better way I can test. I think I can just compile locally with the address sanitizer, and I'll just have to make like some sort of demo to run this. Yeah, I need to make this run standalone in C in order to test it. That's the problem. And there's a bunch of file data that has to get loaded that's going to be very painful to do in C. Maybe not. But that's the direction we have to go. So we're going to have to slow down a little bit. We're going to have to just port the rest of it to C. And then what I should be able to do is I should be able to write just something to take random actions in the environment. And then after that, I should be able to load policies into it. So that's the way that we'll do. We'll handle that. How's this thing going? It's going. Nice. Garbage ads. Okay. Let's see how bad it is. So I think this is the main logic right here that we haven't ported yet. Really the only thing that I don't know how to do easily is like, there's a dictionary here. Right, there's a dictionary. And I need to be able to load the file for this. There's a map and there's a dictionary. And I need to be able to load the files in C. Enjoyed the new video. Been following Puffer for over a year. Amazing to see that there are PhDs who don't write research code. That's what I'm saying, man. It's like, write good code. The only metric that matters is the eye bleed metric. It's like, do my eyes bleed reading the code? Lately, I've been getting lower and lower level with this stuff as well. So right now, this is me porting the MOBA from that video to C. And not Cython, native C. So this is the Cython binding that I'm slowly putting into the MOBA file. There are a couple things I haven't figured out yet, but it's mostly there. So, I mean, this is 1,400 lines of C that didn't exist before Saturday. Really, I've only spent Saturday and a couple hours today on it. So this is going to be fun. As soon as I figure out how to test this standalone and such, we're going to be able to play this on the web. So if users will be able to like test it out and like find bugs and stuff and play against the RL agents, hopefully. They'll have to port a couple more neural net layers before we can do that part of it. Unfortunately, the consequence of not writing research code is that people don't like you, and they don't let you publish stuff at conferences. No good code allowed. What are your thoughts on the company Keen? I think I've heard of them. Keen. Whose company was this? Oh yeah, this is Carmack's thing, right? I mean, Carmack is good, right? I don't know what they're doing. Like, I don't know what they're doing. I haven't seen, like, anything from them. Keen AGI? Yeah, no effort in. I mean, they're speaking my language there, but I haven't seen anything on them, right? Yeah. I will tell you right now, Like, could I go raise 20 million if I wanted to? If I like got a couple of my buddies involved? Yeah. Um, but frankly, like I don't want to go this route. At least what I'm doing at the moment, I'm trying to just like bootstrap this thing and get some revenue. The hope is that we're gonna have zero investor obligations, so we're basically just gonna be able to do whatever and just keep releasing cool technology without any pressures to do other stuff. We'll see how that goes. But hey, with the new video, Puffer's officially open for business, right? So, doesn't take much. If we just get a few clients over the next several months, then we'll be able to just solo, like slow roll this thing. You know, talk is cheap. Got a code. Speaking of which, I am currently being stumped by the incredibly simple problem of not knowing how to load, what is this, a YAML file? There are a few different files here that I don't know how to load. Well, at least not, I don't know how to load easily. So this one is easy, right? This pathingcache.numpy, I can save this one as a binary. This data.yaml file, I could hard code all of this technically, right? I don't think I want to write a YAML loader is the main thing. Right? That's like, I don't want to have to do that. Let me just make sure I'm not being stupid here. I mean, if there's an obvious thing ChatGPT says, then I'll do that, but I don't think that there is. libyaml. I mean, honestly, doing this amount of file I/O is not gonna be, that wouldn't be fun either. Serialized binary format. Okay, so there is not anything here. These are all dumb. So I think what we're gonna do, this data map is flat data. So I can just like, I can just write this out to a flat array, and then load that into C. Same thing for this pathing cache. In fact, this is gonna get ported to C anyways, probably. So that's not a problem. And then this data.yaml file, this just has like spawn positions and stuff. So I think I'll just hard code these things as static arrays. I mean, they're just constants anyways, right? Why do we need to have file I/O? It's like one game. This isn't a config. There's no reason not to just have this all be static. So I think that if we do that, like there will be marginally more code just from me pasting in some data, but it'll actually get a little bit simpler. And we will we'll drop the YAML dependency and we'll be able to make the environment in native C. So I'm gonna use the restroom real quick, and then we'll go do that. Be right back. I don't know why I didn't think of this earlier, to be honest, because I have a whole bunch of different data structures that are all just being read from a dumb YAML. Like, I can just hard code the data structure to be static and have a way easier time of it, right? Like these waypoints, we don't use them anywhere in the Python. Okay, so I guess this just goes over here. Data.yaml. I mean, the one obnoxious thing is we have to redo the formatting of this if the data changes, but it probably won't change. And even if it does, like, we'll just write a little script, right? Yeah. Waypoints. 4, 5, 6. I'm trying to think if I should actually just take the pre-processing script that I have now that writes to YAML and just make it like output in a format. I should just make it output in a format that will be loadable from C, right? Or like close to it. That's a lot of manual processing to do, right? And I don't trust GPT to not screw up and like hallucinate stuff with this. Yeah, that's like too much to do manually if there's any possibility that it could change. Maybe not. Maybe not. Let me go look at the variables that we have to load this into. Action map. I mean, it's... it's this little bit of logic here, right? Where you have like camp data, tower data. Okay, so it will just autocomplete for me, but the question is whether it'll autocomplete correctly. So I'm going to have to check that. I can just start deleting stuff as I check it, right? So yeah, we'll do this. So we'll just use GPT, or I guess this is SuperMaven as a like a soft formatter, and we'll just manually check to make sure it hasn't hallucinated anything. That's probably fine, right? 44. Yeah, this will be pretty quick. 9, 2, 73. This actually has not hallucinated anything at all so far, which is quite nice. 7, 7. 34. 9. I mean, we should have overlays and stuff in order to check to be sure that like the positions look like they're reasonable anyways. This is just me being paranoid about language models hallucinating. I'd be kind of surprised though if it's actually like just straight up like doing this correctly from the model itself. Is it not like writing a little script? Does it have like a copy routine or something? Probably has like some function calling thing. Okay, so that's the neutrals actually done. That's pretty nice. And now we can do... I have to do the towers in the right order now is the hard thing. I'm pretty sure that I did... Let me see. IDX tower data and enumerate towers. Wait a second. It says that I just go through them in order, doesn't it? Oh yeah, I just go through them in order because they also have the tier on them. So let's just do that. Float tower X, tower Y. So we have damage, health, tier. We need tower team as well. Team, tier. So we just have like this garbage at the top, which is totally fine. So, and then we'll just make sure that it didn't hallucinate, which is pretty quick actually. damage 175, 2000. Wait. Okay, here it actually did hallucinate. Look at the team. Team 0. Team 1. You can see it hallucinated here. It did it opposite. It's supposed to be open-ended mess. Of course I've looked into Ken Stanley's work. I've spoken with him several times. Most of the open-ended people are at OpenAI. I don't think so. No, they were at Uber, and then they went to OpenAI, and then they left. So I spoke with Jeff Kloon and Ken Stanley when they were at Uber. They were in like this random group that for some reason Uber was funding a bunch of cool work. And then that team, I think it's just, that team got canned or whatever. They just stopped doing that. And then they went to OpenAI for like a year and change. And then Jeff started a professorship. I have a collab with one of his students now. And then Ken went to he did that startup. What's the social media thing? He did like a social media thing. And I don't know what he's been doing since. Open-ended mess. Yeah. Welcome back. Thank you. You could use a .csv for the data. Yeah, you're totally right that I could. I forgot that, yeah, there's like the dumb pound include CSV trick. Okay, that would probably be a better idea, right? Maven, yeah, that one. Yeah, I have the data in a weird format to begin with, which is somewhat obnoxious. Yeah, so this thing is just freaking hallucinating completely, isn't it? Look at that, it can't even get the team right. Well, that's obnoxious. I wonder why that happens. It has the team so clearly there. And it looks like it's doing like 3, 3, 3, 2. Oh, it's just completely hallucinating now. Yeah, I don't trust this at all. Okay, maybe I should actually do this. But wait, how do I have multiple entries as a CSV and then save that correctly? That's pretty universal. If you want to load it into any language easily. I mean, I have it as a YAML at the moment. I just don't want to have a YAML loader in C. It's just in an annoying format at the moment. Well, YAML was selected because it was plenty easy when I was loading it from Python and passing the data to C. But in order for this to run in C standalone, right, then I would have to have a YAML parser, and I don't want to do YAML parsing in C. Which is why I was just going to hardcode the data at the top, which, to be fair, I should probably just keep doing this and just double check it, because this won't take very long. Dude, like, this thing needs to stop. Like, why does it think that there are 3 teams in Dota? Come on. Here, we'll do this portion manually is what we'll do. Tower health, team, and then we'll do float tower tier. Okay, so now we'll see, look, damage is correct, health is correct. Team, we'll put this 0, right? And then tier is going to be 3. And then we'll delete these two. We see that X is correct. I think it'll get the X and Y's correct for the most part. And then damage. Wait, did it screw up damage as well? How did it do that? What the hell? It just completely messed up, didn't it? Okay. Well, I guess we're doing a lot of it manually. Team is going to be 0, 3. And then this 29, this is correct. Correct. I'll just quickly finish this. Yeah. There's no point like thinking about how to do it better. It's just you know, write it quick and be done. We'll just speed run the boring data munching format thing. I mean, if you think about it, this is still ultimately not that bad because like this is unlikely to have to change. And if it is, we'll write a script when we have to change it, not before. And this gets rid of like the whole file processing bullshit thing, right? So it's just less code to maintain. Okay, now we're on to tier 2s. We get are the X and Y's not even correct? Yeah, okay, if it's gonna get the X and Y's wrong, we have to write a script. Because I'm gonna mess this up if I have to copy and paste like this many. Damn it. Ah, fine. We'll write the script. Screw it. Screw it. We'll just write the script. Go to... ESV. Where's it? Data map. Okay. Save data of towers. Data path corners. And then save data. I need to like... I need to fork this repo and move my changes into it, don't I? Map processing. Yeah, this one. Let's fork this. Welcome, YouTube folks. So what this is, what are your thoughts on Gillette's Arc Challenge? Is it interesting for you? I mean, I don't know. It's kind of like a weird problem structure. I mean, I think it's an interesting work. I don't know if I find it the most compelling thing. It's interesting for sure. It's like a zero shot pattern recognition thing. It's not an R. It doesn't fit nicely as an RL problem, though. I'll tell you that much. Being good-hearted, yeah, totally. That's what they do these days, though, right? I mean, like, think about it. You got all these shitters that are like just trying to post the highest score on all these LLM benchmarks so that like their thing is the best, and like they're completely overfitting and over optimizing to it. The same thing happened with Atari and reinforcement learning. Like researchers are not always honest. Okay. Why is this thing not remembering? Hold on. This thing should not be asking me for my password. Burnt 40K with his weird LLM approach. Yeah, that's silly. I mean, I'm kind of at a point where, like, with the stuff that I'm doing, and you can kind of probably get this from the video that I put out, um, but I'm kind of at a point where I'm just, like, ignoring all the LLM stuff, ignoring all the mainstream stuff. 50-50 they're right, but if they're wrong, then, my work on Puffer is just going to change everything. So I'm like just ignoring all the stuff that's coming out. It has like so much money behind it. A lot of it is smoke and mirrors though, and I'm just like doing the work on the RL side. And I think that's the way forward. I don't know why this thing wasn't enabled. I saw the thing on I saw the thing posted where somebody's like, "Well, actually an LLM just does it." I didn't know that they spent 40K. I assumed that they like tinkered with it a whole bunch though. I still think that the challenge itself is like it's like a reasonable thing to ask, but like, people don't engage honestly with stuff like that. Can I not just write the whole file? Is this dumb? Is there like an easy way to do this? If there's not like an if pound include, then I am just going to do the data processing manually. Oh geez, no, we're not doing this. Isn't there like a trick? Use an LLM, samples it, Python interpreter. Yeah, so like, congratulations, you proved that researchers are smart, right? Like, congratulations, you proved that you are smart, not that the LLM can do anything. Yeah, okay, this is really gross. So I think what we're going to do is we're just going to get this to output a YAML. We're going to get this to just output a YAML with arrays. And then we'll just copy paste that data in. And then CSV for every entry you'd have. Yeah, I'm still going to have to like load that though. Like it's not just one field where I can just pound include it. I think the easier thing is just going to be to like make a script that spits out the data as a bunch of flat arrays so I know I'm not going to get the numbers wrong, and then just paste that into the file, right? Like this is not a config, right? This is static game data. So we'll just do like neutral camp X, neutral camp Y. We don't care whose team this is on. I don't think I saved this data. And powers. Right, so I understand what you're saying there. Yeah, there's absolutely a way to do it, but like you see that I still have to load it and I have to not screw up loading it, right? And like if I make any subtle errors in loading the data, I'm going to be debugging this stuff for hours because it's like I'm going to have to figure out how it's like somehow making the game settings wrong. Um it seems like the easiest and least error prone thing to do is to just like write a script that writes all this data flat to a file, open the file, make sure that it looks good, and then just paste the arrays in as static arrays in C, right? Like it's fine if it looks dumb. You're allowed to look dumb, right? Power Y. Okay. And then we have waypoints. Okay, now this one is a little bit trickier because this is a 2D array, I believe. I think then we just have to do what's the C multi-dim array syntax? Does it matter? Well, we'll figure this portion out. This is actually going to make it easier if you think about it, because I literally just have to do like this. It's flat, right? Oops. We don't save the... Do we save the team? Do we use the team for anything? I think so. I think we can just do this. Yeah, look how easy that is. You literally just append all the different fields. And then half corner. What's the thing called? Waypoint spawn X. Okay, why is this erroring? Oh, it's save data of... Okay. And then these waypoints here might be reasonable as is, except I think that it has to not be a dictionary. So I don't know about this. I think it's path towards dot append x and y. I think it's like this. Where's this PvP prefab? Oh, it's supposed to be exit here. I forgot the exit. We don't need this stuff. Yeah, this runs. Flat. Okay, so now this is saved to YAML, but we don't want YAML. We want like some type of CSV, I assume. Tower X, yeah, like this is ridiculous. Pretty clear OpenAI trained on Arc. Good for the intuition search. Bunch of prompting, self-verification. Yeah, I mean, it's... I don't even really know what to think about the language model stuff these days. Um, like, can LLMs reason depends entirely on how you define reason, right? It's a definitions game. Zero performance. Only generalized to constant instances. That's funny. Yeah, there's something screwy. I will say this, right? I think it's very unlikely that all of AI is just going to be solved in hallucination, where like it's just thinking to itself and eventually it just spits out the right answers to everything. I think it's way more likely that you're going to need some form of grounding, whether it's writing programs and calling them, or whether it's like through interaction with a fixed simulator that gives you fixed results. It's basically the same thing. Um, but the grounding in like a fixed environment is the thing that I think is important with RL. Like all the RL algorithms could get replaced tomorrow and I wouldn't care. Right? I care about the fixed data from simulators and being able to train quickly on just massive amounts of simulated data. CSV works better if you use the string type from C++. You're looking for C, not C++. Yes. So this is going in C. Um, I think we basically have it, honestly. This is just has to be process.csv or whatever. And then why does it have these headers? Can I not just like write stuff? I'm trying to do JSON instead. Maybe JSON. Let's try this. I think that this probably gives me the format I want, right? Yeah. So this looks disgusting, but this is it, right? Because I can just paste this in, change the brackets around a little bit, and be fine. Now, technically, what I could do is I could be a little bit nicer with this. And instead of saving it to JSON, we can just say process.text. And then we can just do, perhaps we're also talk any file. Wait, sorry, you mentioned a config. Constant variables that won't change. Yes, these are constant variables that won't change. These are things like, you can see right here, right? This is like, these are the hard-coded path waypoints that the AI uses to navigate around. Not our AI, but like the creep AI, like the minions and stuff. It has like the hard-coded tower positions and things like that. We have any files for training experiments and stuff. That's not a problem. This is just game configuration. Like this is a very easy problem, frankly. I had it in YAML before. Hey Renko. Yeah, no worries. YouTube is way behind your Twitch. Can I fix that? What are we at? We're at 90, 92. Can I fix this? Twitch lags. Twitch should not lag behind YouTube. I think that there is a latency setting, isn't there? On the stream. Studio. Where's this settings? No. Well, that's... Where's the, I don't know, if anybody knows where the setting is, I'll try to fix it from there. But I don't know if there is one. It's curly braces, right? For lists, static lists in C. Okay. Yeah, let's try this. Live stream, look for stream settings tab. Maybe I can fix that, because... Where's the frickin' tab? I hate this UI. It's so bad. Curly braces, yeah. Dude, why does it take me back to here? I just want to do... Oh, cool. The click-through rate is pretty good. Well, no, this actually is not. It's the view duration is good, though. Where's the frickin' live stream so I can make this thing not be terrible for you guys to watch? Content. Live. Ah. Settings. Dude, this is like the worst UI of all time. I literally can't find anything. I mean, you're seeing how dumb this is, right? Help me discover? Yeah, I hope so. Well, if anybody knows where this thing actually is, I'll gladly fix it, but this thing's ridiculous. And this will get boring very quickly if I'm messing with settings. We should be coding. I will say, we do have people that have never done RL before, but have, you know, a competent software background who are making all sorts of cool things around Puffer. Like, you can check the Discord. We've got, like, all sorts of contributors doing cool stuff. Of course, I have to scroll up a ton. This is Kyung fixing carbs. Where the heck is this? Oh yeah, this is awesome. This new env. And then there's also... Where's the breakout and, like, the Pong stuff? We have, like, ultra-fast breakout and Pong in here somewhere. Yeah, here. Oops, this is a video. Where's... You have to scroll up so much. Okay, here's Pong, but runs way, like, ultra fast for reinforcement learning. And then Noah has ultra fast breakout. So, you know, we're looking for more Atari games. Those are a really easy way to get started, is just to like make one of the original 7 Atari games, like DQN Atari games, but ultra fast. Because we're going to try to replace Atari in reinforcement learning, and then more complex environments from there. Look at the question about breakout. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that the score is double. It's like 800 something or whatever, because you get 2 screens of blocks. I think that's what's going on. 896 is max. Okay, so 896 is max, right? How is the score solved? Okay, fair. It solves like the first screen and not the second screen. Are you using C, not C++? Yeah, this is just C. I enjoy C. I do not enjoy C++. C++ is sad time. Very sad time. Okay, but look, I mean, I have it pretty much here, right? This is really easy to just paste into C, right? This should be all the data. I don't know about the waypoints format, but I think that overall... I just put this here. And that's basically C syntax already. So I just get out of this. Yeah, there you go. Right. And now I'm just fixing the headers, essentially. I'm just fixing like the syntax. The main thing is I didn't want to have the chance of messing up the data in the process of doing this manually. Sure, int tower team. I don't even trust it to refactor without messing up. And then this one is going to be float. I think it's like this, waypoints of 20 to 2, right? Okay. So now this is actually good. And we can get rid of all this garbage, which is me pasting a YAML file into a C source file. Now, that's not bad at all, right? We have like one screen of data for all the constants that are needed in the game that are just like, you know, waypoints and tower positions and things. I think that's not bad at all. So now we actually can go back to writing real logic. Because if we look here in the Cython, there's one thing that I wasn't able to port that was really messing us up. So it's essentially this here. This logic uses a bunch of dictionaries. It's only about a screen of it, right? But this was what was messing us up. So we have after init players. There's a lot of player init logic, right? Now we have to just port this logic to C using our nice new data. Okay, so we don't need self.waypoints. We already have waypoints. It's a constant. In fact, we can do, this can be const. I'm not stupid. C has the const keyword, right? Or is it just C++? Yeah, it is in C. Okay. It's been a while. I haven't written C in so long. It's like this is the first week in so long. I don't really use it that often, to be honest. Actually, good question. Like, when should I... Because, yeah, I usually just have single variables like this, and they're just pound defined. Technically, if these are constant, should I put these like all caps? I don't know. I don't usually write code this way, but... I mean, I can't deny, right, that this is very effective. We'll just leave them as const. Const tower team, yeah, that's what I was thinking. No, wait. You're not going to include const in the name, are you? There's no way. I can see doing this. It is good practice. I don't believe that's good practice. Like, that seems like something that if you have an LSP should tell you. Like, it's the only reason that I can't see that immediately. How much longer until Schmidhuber solves RL? I mean, according to Schmidhuber, he solved everything years ago, right? To be fair, he has a bunch of good ideas. He's a funny guy. Can't hate on Schmidhuber. Seen variables with the type inum of towers. If you really need the type and you're in a typed language, get an LSP, right? This was considered a... Okay, I think that the only reason that that's considered good to practice, I think it's because... So I think that that's not it. I think it's that functions will have the type in them when there are multiple different versions of that function, right? Like there'll be like an Fmax and like an Imax, right? Stuff like that. Because C doesn't have operator overloading, and even if it did, like, whatever. So you have to have some way of distinguishing them. So I think that that's the convention. Maybe that got dragged through like different things, but really like that's the only reason I can see for doing that. I would sometimes do like, like something dict in Python, but that's because not Python is not typed, right? So like your LSP doesn't tell you that it's a dict necessarily. That said, I'm not using an LSP, but that's on me. I should probably get one for C. I'm used to Python where like it doesn't do all that much anyways. I never see all caps for anything. I do see it for constants. No, that's a thing. All caps is that's a thing for constants. That's totally a thing for constants. Like you can see my pound defines up here, right? So yeah, it makes sense to have them this way. Yeah. I see. Yeah, max numTile. Yeah. Okay, we're on the same page. We're on the same page. The heck is this dot size? Do static arrays have a dot size? They don't, right? This is just joke. This is just like it doesn't know what it's talking about. Yeah, I don't know why it's like suggesting this. This is a little bit sketchy though because I think that they are technically a different size for each. I do think that these need to be padded. We'll add a to-do and we'll remember to just pad it in the data. So we have lane data. Yeah, so this actually becomes a lot easier. It's just waypoints. Oh, I see. I see how this works. Spawn Y. Is there a creep spawn Y? I don't think so. What is this debate in the chat? Y'all are clowns. Got distracted on X. It's a mess. Well, hopefully my video post isn't. Let's see. Holy shit. Okay. Yeah. We're at 80. That's nice. How do I find your video? It's on this channel. Very nice. Do we have we gotten a few new followers? Nothing crazy yet. We'll see how this continues to do, though. I hope it does well. I'm not seeing, like, the crazy growth that I would need to, like, match my thesis or anything, but... This is at 92 views so far. Yeah, we'll see. I think it needs good watch time to get into the algorithm is the main thing. It doesn't say you're streaming on X. It sometimes will show it on the sidebar. Their UI really isn't great to show streams. That's why I just stream on all the different platforms, right? The X streams do get views. Like, I can see right now that I have 272 impressions on X. You can't see concurrent titles, but yeah, I do get... I basically will get a few hundred views / impressions on each YouTube and X. I haven't watched latest video, plan to tonight. Yeah, let me know what you think. I'll be on probably again tomorrow. I've got to get on stream earlier, but I've been just like I've been waking up at 8 instead of 6, and then I've just been like really slow about my exercise. So I just take forever, so I'm usually not on until 1. I got to figure out how to streamline that, but I don't know. Since I did the 50K, I've just been like, my body has just been so beat up that like even going for a light 5K run is hard. And then like I gotta recover enough from that to go do my lifting, right? It's a whole ordeal. Like seriously, I did like a slow 5K today and I was just exhausted. I guess I ran 10 yesterday, but still, I should be recovered. If I'd done that like before the 50K, that would have been easy. Okay, so I think that what we need is we need to have waypoint spawn tough time with work and exercise. Yeah, the exercise is real important though. It's real important. Let me see. I think there's something weird here. Yeah. I mean, it only gets harder as you get older. Like, it's... The best time to start is yesterday, right? The second best time to start is today. Like, taking this stuff seriously. I don't regret doing the 50K because it was, like, such a good milestone. But I will say that I'm probably not going to be doing those distances much. Um, the thing is, I thought it's only a few more miles than a marathon, and I've recovered like perfectly fine in just a couple days from my marathons. But the thing I didn't realize is that the course was so much harder that I was out there for essentially another 2.5 hours. So I was out for 7.5 hours, and I just like shredded like my whole cardio system, my body, like everything from that. So I'll get back in shape, but it's disappointing to like do a hard race and be in worse shape after finishing it, right? Yeah. Yeah, I mean I did the distance. I have an article on my X about it too, like the training and stuff for it. I would not recommend that though. I think like running like a flat marathon, pretty easy to recover from that. Hard event, but easy to recover from. The beyond that it gets a little silly. You need to recover. It's been like a month bet. Started running, lost 16 pounds. That's solid. Some people don't do anything. Well, I didn't do much for a week, but it's been like a month, and like I've been trying to get back, right? So like the second week after, I did a few 5Ks and like one loop around the dish, and then the last week I did like a 5K every day and then two loops around the dish, but it's still hard. Body needs to be recovered now. Body's being too weak. It's simple as that. Body's being too weak. It's like, all right, you're recovered by now. Stop whining. Can't just will it to happen? Yeah, I will. Who says I can't? The bullshit. Um, I'm a little confused as to how this works here. NPC Dota spawner. Bad mid, right? Waypoints. Okay, so what if we do this? Spawner key. And then I do save data, waypoints of spawner key. Equals. Is there a dot insert? Dude. There is an insert. Pause element. Like this. Okay. And then we'll do like this, right? Oops. Yeah. Slice. List integers. Let's see. Save data. Wait, save data. Hold on. Oh, okay. So this has to go. I see. So this goes up here. Okay, and then this is now waypoints of spawner key dot insert. Okay, and then we do processed dot text. Okay, and now this is very important because what this does is if you look at these numbers, they make sense, right? And the hope here is that I'm just going to be able to like paste these in. Like this. Puffer lib. Environments. Ocean. OBA. Oops. Okay, so now I can paste this right to here. And I just now can... We can see that there's one extra element before this one, which is the spawn zone. And I just delete this. And there's my waypoint set. And I no longer need this spawn Y, spawn X bullshit. And so right here where it's putting the spawn, I don't need this. So I can just save all of this garbage here. Lane data doesn't matter either. And actually, if I'm looking at this here, right, all of this logic is just to load into waypoints. And I don't need this. The one thing that I should have done is I should have saved in YX format, not XY format, right? I should have saved in YX format, not XY format. So let's do that. And we'll like clean up some stuff in the process here. So we want this to be Y and then X. Why? Because like we do row column for our indexing. Too many Y's. Yeah. Okay. So now this works. And now look how nice this is. It's not quite C. Actually, why don't we just make it C? That's actually really funny. I bet we can just make it C, right? We still can't put the type. The type is slightly annoying to get right. Yeah, row major. It doesn't really matter for the accesses. We weren't really thinking about that. That's our default, unless there's a reason not to. Because like you always access arrays like row call anyways, right? Okay. And now you can see that this is like almost C. It's just missing the type, right? So we can literally just take this. I wonder if it actually remembers. Oh yeah, it totally remembers. So now we have our waypoints, right? Like this. Oops. Should probably put it in caps or whatever, but look at that. So now we have our waypoints done. And now this entire piece of code right here was to load data from the waypoints YAML format into the array, which, because now we just have it as an array, this is redundant. So this goes away. And now we do need to load the tower data. This piece of code right here is gross. We made this tower offset function, especially for this reason. So this is tower offset plus index. That's the PID. So that's cleaner. We no longer are hard coding that stuff. And now this is not dot. This is now a pointer. Of course, this cannot be. This is entity star tower now. So tower offset of env plus index. We also have to do Enumerate entity data of towers. I need to know exactly how many towers there are now, I believe. I believe that there are 24 towers, which we actually have right here, which is num towers. We get the index, we get the tower, we make the PID, do this, and then tower grid ID, oops. Tower. Basic attack cooldown. Tower team is going to be tower team of index, right? And now I think you get the idea here. So we get tower spawn Y, we get tower Y, tower X, right? Tower Y, tower X, health damage tier, and XP on kill, right? So that's it for this. We've just ported all this stuff, and it's actually shorter in the C, which is very nice. This is a redundant comment. And this is a redundant index? No, it's not a redundant index. But I swear that we have... Do we have index defined already somewhere? Well, I think there's no harm by redefining it, potentially, right? We have entity star neutral. And... Ooh, num neutrals. I think it has to be num neutrals divide by 4 or whatever, right? So... divide by 4. Yeah. We also forgot the closing bracket. I swear, all my errors, like, people complain about white space in Python. All of my errors are always missing semicolons and brackets. I would love C with white space and no semicolons, which is basically Python, except that, you know, it's still, there's some issues. Unless you're giving each entity, you'll have 2... Wait. Unless you're giving each entity... Isn't this where I'm incrementing it right here? I'm confused. You see that there's this offset function here, right? Right? And I believe this needs to be... This is int PID. PID. Multiple entities. Index. So we are specifically, instead of doing that, I'm specifically indexing each block of the array with different entities, if that makes sense. Technically, I could do it the way that you're suggesting. It would be the same. But this is more explicit about which entities get which indices. Entity type. Okay. So you have the index plus equal to 1 here. I forget that you can do index plus plus. But that's reasonable. And then we close the brackets. And we fix this syntax. Entity. No, this is a global counter right here, right? We're not assigning the index to the entity. This is just we have a big block. Look, we have a big block of player IDs here, and it's going to be the offset of the neutral camp block, which is right here, all the neutrals, plus the index. And then we spawn each entity one at a time. We increment the index by one right down here. So this is a counter over the total number of things in this loop, right? Unless I'm messing it up. Yeah. No, fair play. It's better that you catch bugs than not, right? Spawn Y, spawn X. So these things are all accounted for now, right? So this is actually all ported. Oops. And then all we have to do here is build local. We have to fix some bugs. Oops. Which include entities. We fix a few bugs in the port. What's wrong here? You have to give this the env. This is supposed to just be PID, right? And then 1313. This needs a... Okay, so now we have a ton of warnings. So first of all, these are floats. Float, float, float. And no more warnings. Neutral PID is... If that's not missing, that's intentional. That's intentional because the... I'll show you. I would see why you would think that. But the thing is that the towers are going to be spawned immediately. Technically, I could assign them, you're right. I technically could. The reason is that there's a separate spawn function for the neutrals, which does happen at the very start of the game, so it would work either way, but it's not needed. So I will actually... But I'm not going to mess with that initially because the PID system's a little jank. But look at that. We have this thing building now. Builds locally, right? And oops. And if I open the SciMOBA, we're only left with 264 lines worth of this garbage. This one right here, like these are very easy to just hard code, right? This action map and this XP per level. And then the only other thing, so we're gonna clean this up. And then the only other things that we're gonna have to do to have this running in pure native C is I'm gonna have to port the map image to be like a flat array and I think one other file. And then we'll be good there. It should be that easy. Yeah. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick, and then we'll go handle that, and it'll be good. Right back. Okay. Oh, yeah. One of these days we're gonna get this green screen working correctly so I actually don't have this, like, haze around me. Today's not the day, though. I keep having to redo the angle on it, and, like, this ring light in my face is real bright. Hmm. So, Bet, if I recall correctly, there are two different performance M's, and, like, one of them is old and one of them is not that old. Both of them might need a little bit of tinkering. But when I was developing the vectorization, I basically needed a way to simulate a ton of different workloads where, like, the environment would have a specific average step time, a specific variance in that amount of time taken, and then, like, a specific memory bandwidth overhead. So that was meant to simulate lots of different environment workloads for our vectorization. For the folks on YouTube, if you haven't seen the new video on RL, the new RL video I posted, consider watching it later. I put a ton of effort into it, and I really don't think that you're gonna find, like, a better, more cohesive overview of the whole state of RL at the moment. It should really, really provide a lot of context about all the work that you're seeing, why stuff is being done, where the field is going, and that side of things. Um, Man, if you do, drop a comment or whatever helps with the algorithm. I'm hoping that I'm hoping it'll get into the algorithm like my thesis video did. We'll see if it does. I think that definitely based on the delivery and such of it, though, I did a better job, so. Any way to run all the mock environments? Hmm. The mock environments with one command. If you mean the ocean environments, I think there's an old shell script, like the old benchmark script or whatever that you can use. All the mock ones, I think that there might be a test or something. It's been a while since I've looked at it. Have you seen any content from Welch Labs? What is this? No, I haven't seen this before. I don't know what this is. $111. Okay. This thing is slowly getting some views. He discusses AI. I'll check that out. Yeah, the thesis defense video kind of just blew up unexpectedly. And then I thought, like, maybe I can replicate the success of that if I really try to put something good together. I think that at least on the delivery of the new video, it's much more polished than my thesis. Obviously, like, there's so many cool visuals and stuff with Neural MMO, and it's just such a long amount of work in one piece of content, but I tried. We'll see how it does. Really, the whole point of doing all this, right, is to just get more people looking at Puffer, using it, contributing to it, and so on. That's my main thing now. So right here, all these things need to go into the function. Okay. Now this init function needs to get some arguments because we just added a bunch. Okay. Agents, creeps, neutrals, vision range. Let's do 2 lines. Probably reward distance is going to end up going away anyways. So for the init function, we now have all of the constants. Long time no see. That's Nishi. Hey, cool to see you around. Pokemon Project has really taken off. You should see the latest work on that. It has really taken off. This width and height here, I think we can take this dot h. Finally made it back into the Discord. Badge 7. Yeah, it's crazy progress. In fact, I think we'd be farther by now, but we've had so many issues with the hardware. You think I'm happy about it? I spend 35 grand on hardware and then Intel frickin' drops the ball. I'm not happy about that. No, they've lost me as a customer permanently. You mean these that cost more than the entire box? The CPU costs more than an entire box. The good news is that, like, well, I'm trying to think. Like, technically, yeah, we could probably run Atari real fast on this, but, like, We're going to hit other bottlenecks at some point soon. How many simulations? We need centuries of simulations per day. This is the current setup. There's a whole article on what the hardware contains. It's here and on X. But yeah, it's 8 boxes plus like an older login node with 4090s and 24 core i9s. Trying to push things forward here. I really do. I really try. We got to get these maps loaded, right? Let's get these done first. And we're not trusting this to copy the data correctly. So we will do it this way. And then we do const float action map. Did it do this right? Yeah, it did this right. And what about this one? Yeah, it did it right. Okay. Yeah, so we've actually already simplified quite a bit just by doing that. And now I think we really need to get the other files, right? So how am I going to do this? These ones legitimately do need to be read from file. They're too much data. They contain a lot of data. Well, let me see. Is there an easy way to load like a PNG? I swear this is going to give me some dumb answer. But we'll do it for the memes. Where's Jippity? I'm going to give me some dumb answer. Do I like this? No, I do not like it. I do not like this one bit. I'm going to instead... Let's check what the files are from Python. Well, for this one here, right? Let's just make like a pre-processed map script. We're allowed to write utility scripts in Python, right? There's no reason to write this in C. And then what we have to do we also need to convert the data in this map, right? So where does it do this? Game map, pathing map. I don't know what the heck this is. Still new to AI, a lot of noob questions. ChatGPT did not use RL. It does. Instead use DNNs like that, and like that of AlexNet. Okay, so there's a lot there. It uses RL, kind of. It's not the RL that I'm using here, though. Like, maybe the algorithms are the same, but, like, the application's totally different. So, if you want to understand, if you want to read, like, 3 papers to understand, like, the trajectory of modern AI, just 3, you know what AlexNet is. You read ResNet, encode decode LSTMs, and then the transformer paper. That's like a really coarse overview of how architectures have evolved. And obviously, there's been a lot since then. And then ChatGPT will use RLHF, so it's reinforcement learning from human feedback. It really doesn't have the same characteristics of the problems that we're solving here, but that's what it uses after training to align the model or whatever. ResNet, first of all, that's the wrong order. So you read ResNet first, and then you read encode decode LSTMs. Let me find the paper for you. Encode decode LSTM. I think I can just Google it. Where the heck is the big paper? Is it this one? I don't actually know where the big paper is on this. Here's the transformer paper. Yeah, I don't, but the thing is, I don't know which one it is. I actually don't know what the first one, I swear it was Ilya's paper. I swear he's on this. Oh, here it is. Sequence to sequence learning with neural networks. This one. I'll put this in chat. So that's like your just architecture's introduction. Yeah, no worries. I see the stream is actually doing quite well today, so welcome everybody. What I'm currently doing in the background here is working on porting this MOBA, which I will show briefly. This thing. This runs like 1,000,000 steps per second. We're making this as a really cool reinforcement learning environment. I'm currently in the process of porting it from Python to C so that we can run it on the web. It's plenty fast as is, but it'll be cool to be able to run this on the web in WebAssembly. So that's what we're doing at the moment. And if you haven't seen the video that just went up today, I highly suggest watching it later. It's a project I've been working on for quite a while, I think it's relatively well produced. It's been substantially edited together. But this is right here. This video is freaking sponsored bullshit. Hold on. Puts videos in my own ad. Okay, so this video here is 25 minutes for an overview of the entire field of reinforcement learning at 10 different layers of the infra stack and where I see the field going as a whole and what I'm trying to do about that with Puffer. So this is like the most condensed form of, most condensed possible place to get all of this. Just came from the video on X. Hopefully you liked it. Yeah, I'm gonna see. We'll see whether this does like well to the extent of my thesis, but I figured I'd give it a go. And also, I mean, as in the video, you want to help me out for free? Star Pufferlib. Helps me a ton. Hopefully we get a nice spike out of growth out of the video. And also, I mean, I'm pretty much always just building all this stuff here live. So I'm pretty much just always building things here. So you can always just come by and chat. We have lots of people contributing little smaller environments to Pufferlib. Like these are people that don't have prior RL experience. If you know how to write decent code, you can make environments and make RL work on them at 1,000,000 steps per second with Puffer, and we'd love to have the contributions. I even will help people on stream with how to design these things to be ultra high perf. So if you're interested in that, you let me know. Otherwise, welcome everybody and enjoy the content. Like the structure felt easy to watch and I don't know much. That was the hope. The hope was that you could at least follow most of it, even as an outsider to RL. But like the stuff in that video, there are many things in that video that world-class RL experts do not know. Like I don't think anybody will see that and not learn anything. I'd be incredibly impressed if there's like a single person that will watch that video and genuinely not learn anything useful. Casually hang out for a bit first? Of course. Welcome to do that. Still in holiday mood? Fair enough. What's this? Game map equals 0. Figured you wanted stars from more serious people? Not really. I mean, like, yeah, I want people to get interested in it, but right, like, I want people to be using it, but also it's one of the metrics that I track, right? I track Twitter followers, and I track stars on the repository. Like I say in the video, like, Puffer's officially open for business with this most recent update. It's all staying free, it's all staying open source. But the hope is that we will find a few companies that are doing reinforcement learning that could benefit from this tech and that will want some extended support. Right? That'll help us out a lot. That'll help us to build out the cluster and get some more machines and hopefully to sponsor some additional open source work as well. I'd really like to be able to start paying out bounties on features and bugs and stuff in Puffer. And yeah, it'll be good to be able to do that off of Bootstrap revenue. That's the goal. It's CD test Python. Okay, yeah, it's literally the main test bet. And also, frankly, like, RL is not being solved at the moment by serious RL people. Like, yeah, I need to know all the stuff to build the infrastructure, but like, with the way that Puffer's going, RL is just becoming an engineering problem. It really is. Like, if we run centuries of simulated data per GPU per day, we don't have to be smart about things. Like, we just have so much data that you just auto win. You automate all the experiments, right? You don't have to be smart about what experiments to pick if you can run all of them. Discord GG/Puffer, yep. Bet has the rank proselyte of the Puffer Order in the Discord, and this is why. Appreciate the advertising, Bet. uh, proselyte of the Puffer Order. Brute force? Pretty much. It's incredibly effective, though. Why be, like, you be smart when you need to be smart, right? If you can be stupid and the problem is still solved, then you can just be stupid. Right? Appreciate the shoes advice. Hey, I'm not sponsored by Brooks. I just like the shoes, right? They're good for running. I gotta get some more pairs. I've worn out like 3 pairs of them running in the past year. It's like 500 miles a pair, right? Yeah, I'm at over 1,000 miles since this calendar year. So, and that's not counting walking around. That's just the runs. Where's this game map? We're supposed to actually be writing C here. Grid of game map equals wall. Okay, so I need to modify the way that this works. Gonna do that with family. See you around, Bet. So 0 is wall, 255 is empty. Okay. Where'd the file go? Convert map. Really liked the new video? Thank you. It took absolutely forever to make, so I hope people enjoy. Could have like 2 more environments built by now. Time it takes me to make one of those. Wait, 0. I think it's like this. But hey, it's going to be, I think it's worth it because that's going to be a resource I can point people to for a very long time, right? Like, there's nowhere else that you can find, like, as condensed of an overview. I mean, it's like an infra-focused perspective. It's a very opinionated, like, infra-focused perspective on the whole field and how we push it forward. And it's a fairly unique one. This is not a way I see many people addressing it, but from the past few months, it's been just tremendously effective doing work this way. And now I have to save this to binary, right? Is there like a game map? Is it there's like 2 bytes? Does this work? Oh, this does work, right? But then I need a way that's going to be easy to load as well. Yeah, I need a way that's going to be easy to load. So I don't think I want to do 2 bytes, right? I think that I want to just save this as a string. Wait, how is it that big? Hold on. Something went wrong here. 128 by 128, right? Oh, it is 16K. Is there an easy way to... to list, maybe? List. Sequence. Okay, this has to be a list of strings. What the heck? List of ints to string Python. I do not like this. Not like this one bit. Whatever, we'll be dumb about it for now. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so now we have the game map. And then with open game map.text f right and this should give you the game map. And then the only other thing we'll have to do is save the pre-computed map similarly, right? So here we have this, what's it, CBFS? Yeah, so we have C pre-compute pathing. This breadth first search was the original implementation. This is not getting called because we have C pre-compute pathing. This gets called here. Paths equals where does this get saved to the file? I think that this gets called from the main MOBA file, right? Yeah, you can see right here. Okay. So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna figure out a very easy format to save this into. Is gonna be just as a string. Luckily, they're all single-digit numbers, so we can literally just load this into an array as a one-liner. So AI paths is going to be, okay, so we get this pre-compute pathing. And then this is pathing map. I believe that we have to do something for this, right? Okay, so right here, this is the pathing map. So we actually have to call this right up here, I believe. before we like ravel and save it. And this is now game map. We save it here. And now ravel. And then I'm a little concerned how long this is going to take in Python. This is a huge amount of data. I think this is going to take a stupid amount of time. Is there not like an easy way to just do this? You'd think that there would be. What are we doing? I'm just flattening an array and saving it. All I want to do is flatten an array and save it to a file as a string, but it's like a 260 megabyte array. I don't know if I should be worried about that being slow. That'll probably be slow, right? It's a 128 by 128 by 128 by 128 array. Flatten the map. No, literally, like, we have all the data of this giant tensor, and, like, I just want to ravel it into a one-dimensional array and save it as a string. Because the idea is that, like, each element of the array is a number from 0 through 8, so it's one digit. So if I just save it as a text file, then that's really easy to read from C, right? Because it's literally like position of element in array is just, math on indices. It's really easy, and I don't have to do any additional structured processing. But as you can see here, this is unfathomably slow. Looks like it'll compress nicely. Well, we don't care about that, right? It's going to get loaded into memory anyways. It only takes like 3 seconds to pre-generate the maps as well. It's like, I need a good way to save this. Does anybody know one? It's all I need to do is save like the individual numbers to a file. I guess I could technically do that part in Python as well. I'd rather not. Is there no just fast way of doing this? I don't know. Let's see if Jippity is dumb as usual. Save. Megabyte. File. Saved as text. Every element is a one-digit number, so it should save nicely, but naively making a giant. It's slow because Python. Coming in late, do you have an array? Yeah, basically that. Oh wait, there is a saved text? There's literally saved text. Well, I think it's literally there's just a function that does it. I just didn't know about this function. Let's see if it actually works. Button. Let me see if this works. And dim. I forget the difference between flatten and unravel. I think one of them copies and one of them doesn't, or something like that. Let's see how the YouTube video is doing while we wait. I like how it tries to give me an ad on my own video every time I click it. 127 in 4 hours. Could take off, could not, we'll see. Comment for algorithm. And X. $88. Alright, it's slowing down on X, unfortunately. Why not NumPy save? Do you need it to be human readable? I need it to be C readable. We don't care about the memory. 260 megs is only 260 megs, right? We really just care about it being fast. Like, this thing is taking too long. It should only take 3 seconds to generate the array. Is that already how NumPy saves the data? I'm pretty sure that's not how NumPy will save the data normally. That'll save it in like some byte format that I'm going to have to interpret. Looping through the rows of X and formatting each row individually. Yeah, okay, this is slow as hell. Yeah, this is stupidly slow. Will that actually work? Hold on. Wait, you open RB dot write. Yeah, I was gonna say. Yeah, this is binary, dude. I don't know what I'm supposed to get out of this. Actually, you're kind of right. It should be binary, right? But like if I read this, hold on. But how do I load that from C and make sure that I'm getting the right data? Is that just going to, is it, I don't know if that's adding header or stuff. Is that adding like header information, or can I literally just read that like 1 byte at a time? It returned 80. Here, look, this is the script. Create from... Well, this doesn't work, clearly, right? Okay, let's try your thing. numpy.save. Allow pickle. Raw data from numpy. Is there a way to do this? .2 file. I think is it just .2 file? .2 file. Let's try this one. Let's see if this is fast. This one should be fast. You should be able to read it until end of file and see. Well, this one actually ran. You can see right here that the pathing data is 257 megs. So it wrote all the data. I guess now we can probably start on the C. We're big on just pasting data into files, as you can see. Hold on. If I have to open... How fast is C? If I have to open like 200... If I have to do this like 200 times per process, is that going to be slow? How fast can you read 200 megs of data from disk? Wait, can I just mmap the file? Is that a thing I can do? Technically, I should just be able to mmap the files, right? The bytes are just there. But wait, that won't read it into memory, right? That won't read it into memory. That's bad. If I mmap it, it won't go to memory. But the thing is, okay, this is bad. This is really bad. How frequently? So this is the problem. I can have like 200 copies of this per core. So if I'm making a new view of the data every process, I'm going to OOM. Which is why I was originally passing the data from Python. So I think that what I need to do is I need to pass a binary variable. I need to just pass a binary variable, which will be used for the Python binding. Because if you want multiple copies of this thing, then you need to have the pathing data passed to you so that you don't OOM. Yeah, that's what it'll be. But for now, we can make the read function, I believe. I don't know how to do IO in C. It's been forever. Interprocess shared memory. Yeah, it's well. It doesn't need to be interprocess shared memory technically. It just needs to be cross environments on same process. Dude, that's way too much frickin' code for reading a bloody file. Yeah. I see there's just a bunch of error checking. We already have the shared memory. Like, video on interprocess shared memory, that's Pufferlib's bread and butter. Like, you can see we have the best shared memory out there for RL. Okay, so this is stupid. This is giving us, like, out-of-memory things. Well, actually, maybe this isn't stupid. Place it in some global buffer. Does that work? I don't think that that works because you're calling the C script multiple times from Python. I guess technically you could just write the code at the top, right? Shouldn't need a lock, you're not modifying anything. Actually, I think you're right. I think that if we just don't do this in the init script... But wait, then you still have to free the memory at some point, don't you? I don't know how you free the memory if you do it like that. Yeah, I think that we're just gonna, while I think about it, I'm just gonna do this. And this is one of those I know had the answer in C++, but not C. Then I don't want the answer. Very simple. Whoops. I'm not implementing reference counters with this. Fuck that. what's this? This is gonna return unsigned char star read file of file name. Watch your video. Thanks. See you around. Star array. Num elements. Error. Name. Oh, you don't even need this size T. File size. See you around. Unsigned. Let's see. Close file. Size T.